An introduction. I need to now bring up my notes right away. So, very welcome, and I'm honored to be here today at university, at the Victoria University. I've never ever spoken to a crowd this big, and I've never held this program in front of anyone. So if I fumble or if I look nervous, that's because I am. But I hope that this will be interesting for all of you. I have a whole bunch of people here from MDRIVEN. Although this is really not a talk about MDRIVEN, this is about a talk about how you can think differently about building software. And if you're an entrepreneur, if you have your own ideas, the takeaway from this day might be that, there might be smarter ways to go about building your idea than the traditional way. So we're just going to try to show you because I think you're all into that software has to be built the way it's always been built. So I'll show you different. So we have basically 3 parts of today. One is that I talk, and some others might also talk a bit. And then I will challenge myself to building a quiz that hopefully ends up, that's why I have my computer there. So I'm going to try to, in 2 hours, build a quiz software that we will run, and we will have some easy questions. And if it works, I'm not sure, then we will use it to use this quiz, and you can all use your phones to interactively try to be the quickest to give the correct answer. And the ones who get the correct answer, the quickest, will get t-shirts. Yay! So who are we and who am I? Well, as one of my younger teammates pointed out, that I'm old, so that means I've been working in the IT industry since 1989, and I started writing machine code on my little home thing in 1983, so a long time ago. And but of course, a lot have changed, but some things still are the same, right? You need to take an idea and make it into something that actually runs. So I've been working with different kinds of projects, big, large. I'm still working as a consultant. I'm not only this CEO of MDRIVEN, and we're a small company, so it's just 2 guys. This is actually the CTO with the fruit, and it's me, and we've been working on this product or different way of developing software that we haven't invented ourselves for 20 years. And now we have realized that through my wife, who's Ugandan, that there is a lot of talent in Uganda, so we are hiring all these MDRIVEN staff to try to make this product go somewhere. And part of that is to create a community. So we hope that you will find this interesting and become a new community. And we also hope that you will use our tools as a tool in your education. Because as a matter of fact, MDRIVEN hasn't invented anything. We have just implemented standards. So what I'm going to show you today is a lot of UML, Unified Modeling Language, and how to use it to develop much faster. The customers we have developed about 20 times faster. So that is how many percent? 20 times, that's like 2 zeros more, so it's like 2,000%, right? So it's a huge boost in productivity. So I've been working and developing this software for many, many years. But I think we had planned at least that we should introduce someone else. And we have the guy who brought us here from the beginning. Where is he, Martin? Martin has disappeared. Can he? All right. Well, he's coming, I'm sure. We have Charles here also, who joined us 6 months ago.
Yeah, my name is Charles Olet. I joined MDRIVEN 6 months ago. So yeah, so yeah, you forgive us. I'm also nervous. Never spoken in front of students, but I was once one also. Yeah, I'm glad to be here with you.
And we were up until 2 a.m. preparing. It's always tough at the end. So who do we have next? That's like we have Mr. Ichama.
Good morning, everyone. I am Chama Habat. Joined MDRIVEN about 4 months ago. It's been an awesome journey, and I'm glad to be here with you guys today. I've had a background in applications development into the banking industry. MDRIVEN offered me a different perspective of software development, and yeah, glad to be here.
And here we have Martin, who is actually teaching here using our tools.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Martin Triagenda. I'm a fellow student, like all of you. I joined MDRIVEN about 9 months ago, and I have a background in computer engineering, so I'm here to learn more as a student. Thank you.
Thanks, Martin. So they are all here to later help you to answer any questions and also talk when I'm working there. So you will see me clicking to make this project work. And in the meantime, I'll try to explain what I'm doing, but sometimes, it's like looking at paint drawing on a wall. Your thoughts are faster than my clicking. So that way they are here to, make you not so bored when I try to do this. And it's also going to be a cliffhanger, because in the middle of my doing that, there will be lunch. So you will go away, and then you will be wondering, will Lars, my name, will he, maybe I didn't even say that, my name is Lars, but in Luganda, usually they say Larsi. Anyway, so you will wonder if I'll succeed. And I have this fan here because I'm from up north, so it's too hot here. I put this long-sleeved shirts on because I thought, that's the proper way to look when you stand in front of a lot of people. But I'm actually going to take that off because it's just too hot, even with a fan. So yeah, but I'm not going to be naked. So hold on. Uganda is, I actually hope to stay here sometime and live here. But when you just come for a few days from the North Pole, it's really, really cold. Really, really warm here. All right, so I was supposed to have our main website up here so I can show you a little bit. And of course, this MDRIVEN website is also what you will go to if you read that QR code. So, and please, my people here, correct me if I go off script too long or, don't know anywhere where I'm in the program. So, I think I'm fine. I think the difficult thing is to hold this microphone at the right place. That's really tricky. So, what do we mean with model-driven development? Well, if you look at software development for a very, very long time, most of you think about code, and you think about different kinds of code, and you have different languages. I mean, you have the big ones like JavaScript, C Sharp, all those ones. And then you have database languages like SQL, however you want to pronounce it. That is for extracting data and storing data. And they're slightly different. The main languages, they are for doing things. SQL is usually, right, as it's in the name, you query things, but you don't really tell the database how you do it. And in 1995, they came together and created this modeling language. And what you can do with that is that you can describe both the data and what you want to do, basically more graphically, and you can do it quicker. But in 1995, when I was actually a developer, right, the computers were not at all as fast as they are today. So the whole UML thing failed. A lot of people tried, and it's like, what is this for? You just use this for documentation. So the thing failed because the computers were too slow. And then the whole world went into writing code. And even though the computers are now way enough fast to actually execute models, we don't. And at MDRIVEN, we don't understand why. And if you're, I don't know if everyone here are you all computer class students, or are you from any other faculty? Is there? So I guess most are IT people. Can the ones who are not IT people put up their hands so I know who my audience is? You're all IT. Oh, a whole room of nerds. All right. So that was a background why what I think what went wrong. So what MDRIVEN does, and what is the opportunity that we want to present to you, and why I think you should listen, because I guess most of you here still wondering, like, why am I here? What is this guy going to give to me that helps me? And the thing is that we need to be faster to produce software, and we need it to be in higher quality, and you need to adapt quicker to what our customers want. So regardless of exactly what you're planning to do, your customer or your boss or anyone will not really care about code. They don't care about the technology. They don't care how it happens. They just want it to function. And I think at least a lot of nerds like myself, maybe, I kind of like the code. It makes me feel like I can beat it. I can be smart. I can be this one that actually understands things that others doesn't. The problem is that most of that energy will go into tech thinking, not application thinking, or not the thing that you actually want the application to do. So maybe you spend most of your time thinking about the tech, but the person you give the result to will not really care about the tech. They just want it to function. Then, of course, you could say that you can end up in a big company, and then they give you an assignment, and then they say, hey, you should write this code in this language. And then, of course, yeah, they care about what tool you're using. But I think most of us don't want to be a tiny little cog in a huge organization where you're giving a tiny task, and then you have to do that. You probably want to do more innovative things. You probably want to do something that spurs the mind, or you want to be faster than the others. And that is, you should spend more time of your brain thinking about what the business objective is with your application. So, when you get a job after school, what do you want? I mean, of course you want a stable income, you want good money, you want happy users and bosses and customers, so that they keep paying you for continuing doing what you just did. And maybe you have an idea, and I know the university seems to have this business development faculty or courses. And of course, I actually stay here in Kampala, in the Ntinda complex, and they have something they call the Innovation Hub. I'm sure there are many of them, and they come up with new business ideas. So how do you, and of course the business idea can be like, yes, we'll farm, matoke faster. But even if you're going to farm matoke faster, you probably need some IT support in 2025 or 2026. So everything turns back into the people in this room. Software is software everywhere. So if you are going to develop your own software, and I've been trying and failing several times, I've been trying to start businesses, and then I realized that everyone in the world is stupid because they don't understand my idea. And it's a bit of the same with MDRIVEN, you could say, because some people, they say to us, but hey, you have been going on for 20 years. Are you never going to be like viable for someone else to use? So we have had the problem that we haven't had the ability to present in a good way for many, many years. And we need to be faster to present. So, how do you get from idea to running software or a prototype or a mock-up super fast? And that is what I will try to show you in a while. How do you build from nothing to something very, very quickly? So, I don't know how, let's see, where am I? Yes, let's talk about these companies that come by here. I haven't mentioned them. So these are some of our customers. I don't think I can touch here, no. But you can build small things. I'm going to build a tiny thing with our software here. No, let's talk about something else, by the way. How many of you have on your curriculum to build databases? How many do that? I guess everyone, right? Yeah. And how many, do you actually have like information modeling as a part of the curriculum? Anyone can, have you done it, or are you freshmen, or? But it's part of the course, right? To understand a database model. No one? Okay. Really? You don't do any data modeling? Huh? Is
Data modeling is done at year 3. The lecturer is Mr. Alex.
Okay. So Mr. Alex does that later in your course, I understand. All right. So then maybe I need to be a little more. So data modeling is, of course, how you shape your data so that it fits what you actually want to do. Martin, what do you think? Should I go into the evolution of software development, or should I go back to the companies? Okay. Well, so you can build tiny applications. We have a lot of startups here, This is a tiny company. It's a startup. They're trying to build their software and show the world. You know, this may be a manufacturer of trucks, Scania. We did a project with Scania where we had one guy model what the application was all about. And in 120 hours, he did the same thing. He did a copy, you could say, of a Java team of 7 people that were doing the same thing. So they were 7 people. They spent about 2,000 hours building this software, and he could make the same thing in 120 hours. And then they didn't choose us as a software vendor. And then, of course, why wouldn't they choose us? We were 20 times faster. Well, it turns out the project manager at Scania, he wanted a lot of people to manage. He didn't want one person to deliver the whole thing. And then he didn't also, we didn't fit into their infrastructure. So of course, there can be situations where you make a prototype and then you decide to implement the traditional way. The good thing with that, though, is that then you at least have a good idea of what you're going to build. We have, this is not a company, this is they call financial inspection. That is like the SEC, if you know it, that's the regulatory body that manages the banks of Sweden. They have implemented their reporting of sales of shares in a public-facing website with our technology. It's not a, oh. What happened? Oh, does this actually work? No. Anyway, why did they choose us? Well, they choose us because they were they had a problem. The laws changed and they needed to implement fast. So they choose us because we were the quickest option that they knew about. And they still run it, and we find that's a very good customer because they've also vetted our software that it's actually safe and it's not easy to hack. Then we have this company, PostNord. That's the postal service of the Nordics. And for them, we built a portal. They do 3D printing for some odd reason. So we built with them a portal for uploading 3D models, spin them around to see what you had ordered, put in all the parameters, do I want plastic or metal or whatever, and then they ran that. So that was a good customer. We have Perigo. Perigo is an American company that owns subsidiaries in Sweden. They're our biggest customer. They're running a huge model. If you can imagine a system with over 500 database tables and over 700 views. So it's an enormous system, and they have many terabytes of data in it. They run their whole product development process. They've been working on that model for over 10 years. And they are 2 employees managing that system over time. So I think that would be unusual that you have a system with 500 tables and 700 views that is run by 2 people. And then we have some other here. And so what the point here is that what you'll see, you can do all the way from simple prototyping to running big things. And I think I need to tell you that because what you find is that you will get a lot of pushback. Like, how can this really be that good? Why aren't these guys more successful if it's so good? Because it's thinking different. So another thing to think about is when I was born in 1969, SQL looked almost identical like what you are going to learn or have learned. How come there hasn't been any major changes or any real change? And I'm 54 actually, so soon 55. So we have software that's, I mean, a language that's been basically the same thing for 55 years, which is odd, right? The computers must be at least 1 million times faster or 1 billion times faster than then, and still the software that you have to write will look the same as it did 55 years ago. If you look at the languages that we write, I started writing C in 1986. And C turned into C++, that turned into C#, and it's basically the same thing. Yeah, there is some cool extra bells and whistles, but in general it's the same thing. Why not more change? So I have to say that we are in a conservative business. Developers think that there are free thinking and new thinking and everything, but really, if no one have come up with a different way, SQL is 55 years old, and the languages we write is 35, 40 years old, basically the same thing. And we have done some changes, right? When I started with C, it wasn't object-oriented. So we made them object-oriented. How many, I need to know something more about who you are here. So who has like learned the basics of programming? No one? There's one hand there. Are you all new? All of yes. So, but no one held up their hand. Huh? Oh, you're shy. Oh, I'm sorry. But don't be. I'm not dangerous at all. I'm just, standing here, being a bit shy myself. Okay, so that does mean that everyone here has made some basic programming. So you know what I'm talking about at least. All right. So when you do that, how much of the business objects do you use in your object-oriented programming? And so we had the CTO up here with the fruits before. You saw that and wondered what's about the fruits. And that video that you can watch on our YouTube channel is about that object orientation was largely thought to be a thing to model real things. So how have you made a program? I don't remember. It was a long time since I did code-only development, at least 15 years ago. But how many of you model like the business object? So let's say you have an invoicing system. Do you have an object in your code that is called invoice, an invoice row? I mean, in the database, you definitely have, right? You have a thing in your database that's called invoice, and then you have invoice rows. That's clear. But do you have the same in your memory thing? Database is persistent storage, as we call it. That's where you store stuff when it's not running. But do you use, and I guess you're all shy still, but is there anyone, can I get a sample of it? Because I actually don't know, so I need to know. How many of you make C, do you use C#? C. C++? I mean, Yeah, I mean, you use some object-oriented language, right? Which is the preferred object-oriented language here? Java. All right. Java, we had one unshy person. Let's see. One unshy person. Who was that? Here you go, mister. One unshy person. I don't know what size it is, but let's hope it fits. All right. So you see, not being shy pays off. All right. So please not be shy. Anyway, so I'll just assume then, let's say Java. And Java actually has Java Beans, and there are frameworks for making business objects in your code. But most of our times, we spend programming what I would call temporary or technical objects. You just create stuff in memory temporarily, and then you try to juggle what you get from the SQL server into memory, and then you do your thing, and then you completely forget about it. Right, your code, not you, but your code forgets, you could say, because let's say you have a website. You get a request, you run your code, you get your data, you deliver the HTML, and then you forget about it. Or you have a backend, that's more modern, you have a backend and you have this thing that's running your API. So you have a front end, it gets a request, you call your backend calls your database, your API returns something, maybe JSON, and then you deliver the result to the client, and then you forget everything. I mean, you deallocate, or you lose it, and then it goes into the garbage collector and it's never seen again. So when you do that, you actually create a lot of work for yourself. Because why isn't it that in the last 55 years, in the last 30 years, we haven't come up with a way that you, for every time you build software, have to figure out how the SQL will look, how to make it come from the result from the SQL server into memory, and then you massage it there, and you output it to the client. And then if the client wants to do something with that data, you have another API call probably, or you have something in your front end. And that thing will have you, as a developer, will have to come up with a way to transform what the user did into a SQL update command, and then you save it. So if you have computers 1,000,000 times faster, and still you have to do it, how valuable is your time compared to the CPU's time? So if the CPU can do it in 1 second, and you don't have to develop it, why would we want to do it ourselves? So that's one of the key questions, like from a technical perspective here. Why haven't we become better at doing these things? We have all these frameworks, JavaScript frameworks, and JavaScript frameworks that go out of style in 3 to 5 years. If you take something else, .NET, there's like .NET Framework, .NET Standard, .NET Core, .NET Core 5, 6, 7, 8, and if you're not compatible with that one, it goes out of fashion, and then the whole thing starts over again. So you have to reinvent and relearn all these things to keep on track, right? And then you can think like, whoa, yeah, but that's my job. That's why I'm here on this planet. I can transform these ideas into code, and then they can run. Cool. But then there's one snag with that whole idea, and that snag is that you are the only one caring that you have spent all that effort. Because the client, your customer, or whatever it is, they actually really don't care. Again, as I said, right? They don't care how you did it. They just want it to work. So how did we come? Let's see my notes. I have little notes at least. How is it that we haven't gone further? And there I'm at a loss, actually. I don't know. And Hans, the CTO, and we've been thinking for many years, like soon Microsoft or Google or anyone will come up with the same thing we have seen, and we'll just be lost, you know, they will just crush us, and there will be nothing of it. But they haven't. Can't really tell why. Because why not make software development much easier, if it's possible? Why does it need to be this hard? Why do you, as a developer, have to see what the customer wants and create the database manually, create the program manually, understand how the front end is built with the current technology? Why do you have to know all these things? Why do you have, if let's say you want to, you do something and you're proud, it's like, yeah, whoa, here it is. Here, customer, this is exactly what you asked for. How likely do you think it is that you have gotten everything right? And what you have created just fits. And it will never change because it's the most beautiful piece of application that the earth has ever seen. Well, I would say your chance of that happening is about 0%. That has never happened. Because the people you will meet in your future work lives, they are not like you. They're not used to thinking in how you build software. They will not understand like databases and foreign keys and links and associations between things. They don't understand things like that. Let's take my mother, right? She thinks a computer is like a movie. It plays on the screen. Nothing is actually happening inside the computer. It's just like when you do things, it's like a movie playing. And then you say, but have you tried this and this and this and this way? She doesn't think like that. And most people don't think like that. So what will happen when you meet people is that they say, I know exactly what I want. I want this, 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 and this, and this. And then you can be absolutely sure that they don't know what they're talking about. Of course, they have a visual image. So a simple visual mock-up on screen can be very good to visualize what you're going. But that's, again, that's the movie thing. They just see it as an image. They don't see to create that image dynamically for many people that are interacting with your system at the same time. It's not a static image. You need to make it come alive with the data. So what will happen next? You will take that, and then you'll talk your nerd speak, and they think they are difficult. They always do, every time, and so just, get used to that. And when that happens, you need to come up with something to show them. Because as soon as you show them what you have created, they can immediately point out what you have made wrong. They cannot articulate what they want, but they can tell you that it's wrong what you have done. So that's another thing for all of you. Be prepared that the clients will always immediately tell you what's wrong. All right, so what is the current situation of most development? You hear something, you think you understand, you spend a lot of time coding, and then they tell you it's wrong. And then you will feel very angry because you have spent all this time making this beautiful piece of software, and maybe you're out of budget even. And it's like, yeah, we don't want to pay you more. You just got it wrong. You fix it. It's your fault. All right. What happens then is that there's a big, you're in a trouble, right? It would be much better if you could take their idea, the bare bones of it, create something quickly to show them, like a running prototype. And it's not enough to show them a static image, because then they won't feel that it's real. That's my, at least this is my, of course, I can't speak for everyone, but this is my very long experience. And I've been in dozens of companies as a consultant over the last 30 years. So at least I know this process, how it goes, and it's always the same thing. So now I don't even try to make the perfect piece of software right away, because it will never succeed. It's better to show the customer, the client, or whoever, the boss, your co-workers, what is the idea in a running prototype. And I think that's what they teach in all these business schools, you know, startup schools. You have to have a minimum viable product. But how do you combine the minimum viable product with the traditional way of coding, where it takes forever to get things to the minimum viable product? Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Lillian Tamale. I'm the head of Department of Computing and Information Science. I've also been into software engineering, and I've worked on a project. But as you said, the major challenges that software engineers get is the time of development. We tend to share prototypes to the clients. And as he said, a client may not know the back end, may only look at the front end, what that person expects. They are not patient. And you know, we need coding, debugging here, up and there. So I think the solution to this is working hand in hand with the client. In case of any problem, please communicate back. And if it's a project, in most cases, there is a key person that may understand your language. Make sure that you communicate to that person always. A person who does not understand what you're doing may think you're not doing anything. Yeah? And I know most of you have been into this. You code and then reverse. You spend a whole day coding, but things have not worked out. So it's important to identify a person who can understand your language, explain to them what is going on, what has not worked, so that you are not rated in a bad way. Just to share my experience still, when things don't work out, people may end up getting another person to do the work without your consent.
And that is how it is, because they don't understand what you're doing, and it's very abstract for them. So when if we take object-oriented programming and make it visual, like we do with UML, and the sad thing is that UML, but worked out to a standard in 1995, turned into an academic endeavor. So what you do with UML today, these models that are actually really good at explaining what your software is doing, are only used for making a plan for a piece of software. How many have done? No, you haven't done any modeling, or are they only? Martin said it was the third year, but have they done any modeling? No? But you have done databases. Yes. Have you done database diagrams?
No, I'm doing Bachelor of Information Technology, but I'm in 1.1. I've just joined. I'm in 1.1. I'm in first year, 1.1. Yes.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So. Yeah. But if you have done a database diagram, you know, you have tables, and you can make a diagram out of it, and you can see the relationship between the tables. It's no different. A model is just usually basically a description of how the database looks. And the problem with databases is that they are really stupid still. So if you download the latest SQL servers and you run them, MySQL, Microsoft SQL, Postgres, or all of them, and you create two tables, and for some weird reason the database can't tell how to join those two tables together. So every time, if you we go back to the invoices and invoice rows, let's say you want to find all the invoice rows for the invoice header. Then you need to join those two tables, and you, the programmer, needs to know how to do it. So why can't the database engine know that? Weird. I don't get it. So what we did was, instead of thinking this is going to keep being institution-only exercise to doing database models and information modeling. So what you will see me doing later is that you will see me playing the model. So once we have done the model, it will automatically generate the database in an instant, because the model contains all the information on how to create the database. And then the framework will know exactly how to join the tables for you. You don't need to do that. It will do that automatically. And then you can define the user interface. And then the framework can automatically generate all the SQL code to run the whole application. All right. How's the schedule? Are people needing something to drink, or how is it? How does this work? Oh. No, it's fine. I'm just wanting to keep you interested. So, and yeah, maybe we have someone who has a question. What haven't you understood? Yes, please.
Yes, my name's Rod. You say you don't care much about code. My question is, how do you develop application without code? Is it possible?
Yes, I hope everyone heard. So, how I don't care about code, and how do you build without code? Well, that's a slight, maybe lie from my side. Of course, there is code. I mean, everything in the end needs to turn into machine code, right? The processor needs something to do. So that is code in some sense. But let's take an example. Is it always necessary that everything is described in text? And should the person wanting to build something for an end user go all the way to code? So I'm just saying we should try to reduce the amount of code we create, because the more code we create, the more we have also to maintain. If you look at a software's life cycle, it will be probably many years. And the more code you create in the beginning, the more code you have to maintain. So let's take an example from our industry, games. You all have games, you know, either you have a game machine at home or you're playing on your PC, and you have these complicated first shooter games and all those. So all of those companies use a graphics rendering engine, right? Have you, anyone know what I'm talking about? That there are companies, what are they called, these graphics rendering engines? They're free ones, they're super cool. The graphics is amazing, and you can define the whole world in it, and it renders it. So, what they are doing is that they're thinking like this, we have a tech team, they do a platform that is really good at making a game come to life. But the tech team is not the same team as the team that works on the story. Right? There's a storyline. Maybe I should visit these people when I talk also. Hi, over here. So, there's a storyline to the whole game. So the tech people, they do the graphics engine and how you define, and you define what the playing rules are, and who can kill who, or who can kiss who, or who can hug who, or, you know, when there's hearts coming up or something. But that's a storyline, and that is done by the application like developers, right? So think of, why isn't there a game engine for other kinds of software? Why do you have, because if you meet, almost all of you will not develop game engines, or you will not develop the database engine itself. You will use all these frameworks and stuff to get things done, right? That's what you will do. The same way that they are using a game engine. So why isn't there an application? Oops, don't go close to that one. Why isn't there an application engine that you can use to do apps, not only cool 3D games? And that's kind of the point with MDRIVEN. What we have done is we have made like a game engine for web applications. So instead of you having to understand how all the intricacies of the technology is done, you can focus on the game. Because your end user, as sorry, I didn't catch your name, the lady pointed out, they don't really understand all the nerdy techie stuff. They want the game. But if you're not a game developer, you're going to develop something else, like, you know, accounting software, or a web app for booking taxis, or calculating how much food is needed to make 100, what's it called, chapatis? Yeah, okay, sorry for the pronunciation. Yeah, they're tasty. Anyway, so you will develop that. That is your game to develop, or your team's game to develop. And I'm just saying, let's not go all the way to code. That was a really long answer, sorry. But did that make any sense? That we shouldn't go all the way to code every time. We should try to work with the business logic, what the customer really wants, and not the database tables and the JavaScript and those things. Then sometimes we definitely need to, because not everything is solved straight away, so we need code. So of course our framework makes it possible to inject code everywhere, because components are needed and other solutions are needed. Any other question? Yes, please. Oh, you have another one. Ooh, 2 mics.
Thank you. So, in most cases, the software that we used to code is tied to a specific platform. For example, HTML, CSS is tied to websites. React is tied to maybe app development. Is there a platform that MDRIVEN is tied to? Like, is it tied to?
Yes, very good question. Well, that's like implementation details, you could say, right? How is the engine built? And the answer to that question is it's been different over time. So we had the first version in 2003, and the technologies you talked about right now didn't exist then, most of them at least. So what we also want to do is, again, a business, they don't, if you look at the application life cycle, the idea that a company wants to have implemented spans probably the entire lifetime of that company. Your current technology to implement their business idea will last 5 years. And then there's something else. So we have implemented this with WinForms. I don't think you have ever heard of it. Anyone? I don't think so, because it's ancient and dead. And then we had, for web, it was simple HTML. And then we had Silverlight. Anyone ever heard of Microsoft's brand new, very cool way of making web applications called Silverlight? No. If there's anyone, you want a t-shirt? I think you have to lie to get that one, because I don't think you have heard of it. All right, so Silverlight was very, very cool. And they really put a lot of millions and millions and dollars into developing it. And then they just killed it right away when they realized it wasn't going anywhere. But then a lot of people had been taught that in school, and Microsoft just killed it. And then, of course, JavaScript came up more and got more and more speed, and then they implemented that, and then... So I think right now, we implement Angular, and we implement we're moving into using Blazor from Microsoft, because that is .NET code that can run in the WebAssembly that is actually supported on many devices that give faster execution speed. And then you have a lot of real-time technology needed. So you need a very smart way to traverse firewalls and stuff to have real-time communication with your client. So it's super snappy. And the client should be able to see what each one is doing right away. That's what I'm going to show in the quiz. That you can have instant update on many devices. And you're so many here that I'm afraid for our server's health when we're going to try this later. Maybe you'll kill it all when you all read the QR code I'll put up here. But, so I think the point was that the technology that you implement will have to change over and over and over and over. Okay, so how do we, the usual thing, you haven't seen that yet because you're too young, but I don't know if you have seen it. Sorry, I don't have your name again, lady at the front. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know if you have seen this, that companies usually, they order a piece of software, they get it delivered, and then it's mostly okay. They try to maintain it, and it moves along, and then it comes to like 5 years, and they are suffering, and then they're trying to build the budget up to rewrite it into something new, and at 7 years it's really painful, and then they put the money into a new team that takes the same idea and puts it into the new technology. Yes. Why does it have to be that way? Because if you were to separate the business idea, what the software is doing, from the actual execution engine, like I talked with the game engine, right? You don't have to reinvent the whole game story to play it on a new graphics card. It would be really stupid to put the game logic and, who saves who in the game and who does what into the code that actually renders or runs the thing. But that's usually what happens. And then we call it the big rewrite. And then a new team comes in, and they look at the old team's code and says, oh, these were dinosaurs, they're so stupid. Yeah, okay, you know this, yes? Yeah, so that's what's going to happen. And then it's like, yeah, we're much smarter now, we have so much better technology. And that's true, I mean, technology improves. But as we can see, the languages and the databases haven't changed much the last 50 years, oddly enough. So you will use new stuff, but kind of the same. And then you'll figure out what the old guys developed, and then you will do the same thing all over. And then, let's go back to here. We'll start over the cycle. And you're just like, yeah, now we have this, the new thing. And it will last forever. This is a shit. This will always be the right thing. And then, times goes, and then 7 years later it's all dead again. So what we want to say to you, don't do that if you can avoid it. Sometimes you have to, but if you can avoid it, especially if you are a startup or if you have built a new piece of software that you want to introduce to someone, try to build it quickly and without entangling the gist of your software with the tech of your software. And then one thing changes even faster, and that is fashion. It's really, I don't know if anyone knows what drives fashion, but some years it's just, everyone should have glasses that are huge, like when I was 15, and now I see a lot of people now, it's like, they have these huge glasses like I had when I was 15. It's like, why did that come from? Because in the meantime, we had these tiny, tiny, tiny glasses that you could hardly see out of, and that was really cool. So fashion just changes. So you have three things that you need to have in your software. You need to have the gist of it, the ideas, and they will mature over time. So if you're a team of one or a team of many, and you as a team can continuously improve upon your customers' gist, their idea, because the better your software matches reality, the better the software. That is the goal of software, right? That you need to match the software with reality. If you make software that doesn't fit reality, it's not really very interesting. And everyone will be annoyed with it. So if we have reality here and we have, what do we call the contents? We call it the gist of something, but it's also the model, right? If the business model can express very closely reality or what the customer wants, that's a really good piece of software. So if we look at those two things, and then we can say that we have reality is always right? You can't argue with reality. It's like reality is what it is, and that's why you need to get up in the morning and go to listen to me. That's reality. And then there is like a model of how the ideal world would be but it should be quite close. And we call that the model error. So you should try to minimize your model error. The problem is that your customers, they will change their minds. So when you have made this perfect model that closely matches reality, your customers will come to you and say, reality has changed. And that's really annoying, but it's also what's going to keep you fed. That's why how we buy our breakfasts. Right? So we buy our breakfast due to model error. So if you are good at delivering on reducing the model error that keeps growing over time because they change their minds. As she said here, well, what did you say? No, I lost my thought of train. Yes, you said something about Yes. But you said also that they can be replaced. Yes, they will be replaced by another person. And why is that happening? Well, it's the misunderstanding you talked about. I think that's kind of what I talk about model error. Because if your software and your ability is not up to the task to continuously make the software fit reality, they will replace you with someone else. So how do we keep the model error to the minimum? So that's the goal here, right? To keep model error small, keep changing it over time, keep being good at delivering. And as as the man in the blue shirt here asked about, with what technology? Well, with whatever technology works at the time. If the phones get bigger, you need to redesign the UI. All of a sudden, the company changes their color from red to blue. Well, then you need to change the logo. So this continuous thing. And then if you take the technology of today and you put all the model into that one, you will find it very hard to keep up. And then you get into that situation that you have to rewrite everything. Okay. I feel I sound gloomy, you know, it's like that life will be hard. I don't know. What time is it? It's 11:16. Yes. Please. Well, now I don't know. Any more questions? Maybe to give me something to. No one. Well, I was trying to shift into showing you more what we're doing, but I think we're also going to have a visitor. I understood it. So let's see. Let's see. Yeah, so you, there's a short delay. I don't know if we can play some music in the meantime. Or anyone wants to say something? I'm just going to try to get something going here on my machine, so just a short.
Excuse me? Here. Hello. All right, thanks so much. My name is Oweta Jacob Emi. I'm a proud student of this university. I have something I want, like a clarification. You talked about unified modeling language. Yeah. So me personally, I love data. Sometimes we deal with a lot of things, so many tables, right? And I heard you saying, thank you. Morning once again. Yeah, I said, my name is Jacob. I'm a proud student of this university. I heard my friend here, I come a little bit late. That's why I'm taking a seat behind here, but I'm also hiring for 3 seats in front. Now, I heard him talking about unified modeling language, UML. I wanted to understand. So what you are saying, I didn't pick very well. since we deal with a lot of tables, we need to connect them to pick some data. Now, you said to connect them, we need to know how the commands to enter to connect those tables, right? But now, I heard you saying the UML, it connects the table for you. I wanted a clarification from that part. Thanks so much.
Yes, please stay. Please stay. Don't run away. So, let's say we have so here you have two tables, right?
Yes, right.
Yes. How do we connect them? Well, we do like that. Okay, now we have connected them.
As simple as that.
Yeah, and then we don't need to do anything more. And of course, the engine that runs this knows how to create these tables, and it knows how to create the primary keys, and it knows how to create secondary keys and
foreign keys.
yes, and all of that.
Is there a backend for it where I can go and check the commands?
You mean how it does it? Yes. You'll see it a bit soon. Maybe not right now. I'll show you how it is. But what it does, the framework just generates the SQL commands for doing this. And then so you'll just have an ordinary database. It's just that you haven't had to know how to do it. So what if I want to do something different, right? You have things like you know, so I want to have another one. Here they're called classes, and I do this. And then, yeah, we have this one should be many too, because these things are, English keyboard. And there you go. It's difficult to hold the microphone and type at the same time.
I understand.
So now you have, and this one, what do you think you have here? Maybe you have an invoice, right? And no, that was not good an example. Here, what is this? Let's go back a bit. We have it like that. And now here we have invoice. And there you have row. Oh, not rows. You have a row. So you have an invoice and you have a row. You have rows. So of course the software here is like, yeah, he's probably because this is many. This means 0 to many rows.
Yes.
And so then this is of course with a plural S automatically. So you have invoice, and then you have this other thing, and this might be the customer, right?
Yes.
And then the invoice have a number. Oops, not number, a number, and it should be an integer. Right, so now we have an invoice with a number and integer, and we have the rows, and that has product. And we also have a price. And that one should be what's called a decimal, because we wanted, oops, what happened there? Oh, I have Swedish keyboard on, but an English actually typing, decimal, and it should be a question mark at the end. So now we have this, right?
Yes, please.
And let's put that somewhere in documents. This is our first software together, like invoicing. And then we have the name. This is invoice model. Write that. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's see if we can do something with this. We can run the built-in prototyper first.
Yes.
Let's run this without any, we can store it in XML file. So here we'll store the data, and then we say start, and we run this. It's like, okay, that's very empty, because there's no way to interact with this. So let's ask the system to take to create forms out of this. So now all of a sudden we have all this user interface
Yes.
that matches this model. So we can go here. Where were we? The play button here, and we refresh. All right, now we can do stuff. Oh, we have invoices. Let's make a new invoice. And the number is 15. We save that, and we can look at the rows, and we can add a new row. And the price is that much. And what do you get for 100,000 shillings? You get a dinner. A lavish one, maybe. And it's connected to that invoice. So cool, right? Now we have a running system.
Actually, it's so simple. It is not much complicated like...
No. It's just a diagram with a play button.
I understand now.
So let's make this into a web app by clicking here. We have to replace this icon. It's supposed to be a portal, but I don't know. Anyway, we go to local servers, and I have one here. This is a server pair, we call them. It's a backend and a front end. Let's start them. They just start up as, this is like starting this game engine, right? So we don't need to really bother ourselves with that.
All right.
And then we say, use the above MDRIVEN server. Good, so we connected to it, and we upload this model. Okay, it's there, and then we go to it. And it starts the game engine, you could say. And here you go, and you have the same. You have the same, but in a different tech. So here you can have your invoice. Now, we didn't have the data, right?
Yes.
Because what happened now is we started the server, and the server has a real database in it. So let's have a look at what, I think we can see what happened there. And let's have a look at there. Yes, so there was stuff in this database before. So what happened was, you can see this, right? Yes. So it dropped all the old data, and then this is what you asked for. So it did begin transaction, create table, create index, create table, create index, commit. And then it inserted a lot of like basic stuff that is necessary. But it's a plain, straight, standard database. That is not what we are trying to replace here. The SQL engines of the world are good. It's just that they're too time-consuming to use.
Does it also deal with commands like modify and those things?
You
to modify the tables, or you just come here then?
Yeah, so let's say we have customer and we have name. We want a customer name, obviously, right?
Right.
So we've done that, and we go here and we say upload model, and it analyzes the differences, and then you check and says, yeah, I did alter table, add name.
Hey.
I mean, I put a wrong thing in there, so let's correct that. And then I upload again, upload. What did it do? Well, it changed the name.
One last question. I've understood very well. Where can I learn this? In the MDRIVEN website?
Yes, there are hundreds of YouTube videos, and Martin here has courses in this also. So what I was going to do, I will do later, is to like fast clicking through, because now you saw the most basic thing, and I think that's very powerful. So I'm thankful that you asked the question, so I got the chance to at least show you what we're talking about. So you can also see that this was running in two completely different texts, right? You had the first one, the quick prototyper, was running in Windows just in memory. And then immediately I could just turn this into a deployment like this on a local server. And then I can just deploy the same servers in a cloud environment, like on Docker or Azure or Amazon or all these cloud providers. And I can upload my model. That's what we're going to do. And then you can run it immediately in the cloud without having to create the tables, create the code, create all those things, which might be very interesting to do. but only when you have captured what the program is supposed to do. So start by being fast to going somewhere, and then you work out the details. Yes.
All right. Thanks so much.
Yeah. Are these in different sizes? Are these in different sizes? They're different. Could you manage to give this gentleman one shirt in the right size? I think this is worth a shirt, definitely. Very good
Thanks
question.
so much. I
Thank you.
appreciate.
Where are we? I thought someone else was coming to join us. Okay. Well, I didn't have anything. I thought this was very interesting that I got the chance to start showing. What time is it? It is 11:30, and lunch is at 1, right? So I'm soon supposed to start working on the model. True. Yes. So what should I say? What we will see happening? What I will do? Yes. Yeah. Your question, right? Yes. Please. We'll come with the microphone to you. So I'm not going to explain why I do all the things I do. I'll just do it because it will be too long for you to learn it. And one of the things that you will find when you see me do this, and it might feel daunting, it's like, it's both simple but also a bit tricky in your mind if you have been a developer in traditional coding. Because I think you have felt the pain between, for example, Java and JavaScript and SQL. SQL, you just say what you want to be done. It's like select this and this and this. And you need to express the whole thing without telling the database server how to do it. But in the traditional language, you say it's like, this is a variable. Initialize it with 5. Take these two and put them together like this. So it's like, right? It goes from top down. SQL is not like that. SQL is like you express what you want, and it does it in any order it feels appropriate, or it's like an optimizer in there. And that's the same with modeling. So it's not an imperative language. It's not something that executes for most of the time. What it does is that you describe what you want, and it figures out how to do it. So it's a little challenging, so you should think of this as like, this OCL that he will be showing is like SQL. And we have something called action language, which is kind of the same as Pascal or C or C#. But you will also see there's some code in this. It's just that the code has been reduced with probably 95%. And then, as you saw in the header to this day, we talk about low code. So what is low code and what is this that we are saying? Low code in most of the world, I mean, let's say all the companies that produce low code tools, what they usually are doing, there are some good exceptions, but what they're mostly doing is that they're providing very advanced ways of using their specific way of defining user interfaces. Or they have, so they're usually not so descriptive that you can build whatever you want with it. UML, because it was thought up as a like academic, very wide-ranging thing, you can basically build whatever you want with it. Then, of course, it depends on the engine, what you can run with it. I think in the years to come, we will not at all be alone. So businesses should have business information modelers like you to understand what the customer wants and convert it into models. And when you have converted their thoughts with your brains into models, then you and the customer can decide which engine should run it. So maybe Google will come and kill MDRIVEN, and you'll be like, shit, MDRIVEN is no more. And then because Google have come up with a great model engine. Well, then you should be... Oh.
I had a question.
Yes, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Elia. Sometimes we find ourselves working with servers, application development, and website. So we sometimes face bugs. And I see MDRIVEN is more front end, not back end. Not more back end, it is more front end. So in case you face that issue, is there any provision of interfering it, of bugs? Thank you.
Well, how should I put it? Well, MDRIVEN is not really more about front ends. So, so there is, how you deploy this. Let's say you want to deploy this on a large scale with our technology. So, but there might be other, just let me, close where I was. Or, hey, we have our model, let's run it with Microsoft. That could be the thing. Now to deployment, basically, what you asked, right? So what you'll end up with, if you run this on any scale, really, even here locally now, I have a SQL server, I have a backend MDRIVEN server, and I have what we call a turnkey server. What is turnkey? Well, we thought it was good marketing, because then we could say, you just turn the key and it's running. So that was the idea. So that's what we have. We have the SQL server, the MDRIVEN server, and the front ends. So usually you have one database, and then you have one MDRIVEN server, and the MDRIVEN server is actually running all the background jobs, because there's a lot of background stuff that needs to happen in an enterprise application. You might need to run and send emails and things like that. That runs in the MDRIVEN server. The MDRIVEN server also coordinates all the front ends. So if one user does something, and it needs to be seen on the other. So with MDRIVEN you have automatic synchronization of all clients. So all clients can see everything at the same time. So what will happen is that you have maybe 10 front ends, you have one MDRIVEN server, you have one SQL server. That's what you will be running. So when you said bugs, what kind of bugs were you thinking of? Are you thinking about SQL commands not running correctly? They are all generated by the MDRIVEN server. I haven't seen a SQL server command error in many years. So very rarely, at least. Because they're all generated by a machine, and the machine doesn't do that many mistakes when it does it. Then, of course, you can have other components. Let's say you add a .NET Core component that converts from Word documents that they upload to PDF. That component might fail. Then you will have exceptions in the logs of the server. You might have things going wrong in the front end. And then, of course, there might be errors running in the browser. But because it's all like, there's many people running our products. So most of these errors that you will see are thought errors in your model. It's not like the server is going to all of a sudden generate the wrong tables or put the wrong primary keys or making the wrong thing there. And this language that we're using is very, very kind to you. So you don't see that many errors. I can work with a project for a couple of years, and I've never even bothered to look in the SQL server how the tables and that stuff looks. I just model like I did here, and it's, it just works. Yes? please come up here if you can.
Sorry. Okay, what I'm inquiring is, let's say I'm talking about the compatibility of MDRIVEN and other softwares. Let's say I'm designing my web app and I decide to use the back end to design it with MDRIVEN and then use the front end React. Is it compatible?
If you wanted to, yes, it is. I think maybe I should run that YouTube. Where do we have it? Here. And what was that called? The first one we played. Yes. It's not there, right? It's have to go to. Yes, thank you. What? No, I'm going to explain. Maybe like this. So, oh, come on, speed up. Can we speed this up? Yeah. So what we want to show here, right? You do your model. I'll come to your answering your question. You do your model, and then, is it running? Oh, slow. Maybe like that. Yeah. So what we do, we take the information in the model, and we create what's called then the schema, right? And we send that automatically, and you can pick your own flavor of SQL Server. So one question about compatibility. There's nothing preventing any other software from using this database directly. So you can just take any reporting tool or anything you want and just read from that database directly. One of the tricky things, though, is if you start doing that, you need to provide some way for the MDRIVEN server to actually understand if you're changing data in the database. What I did then last, you saw the user interface. We auto-generated a user interface. We call these view models. So it's a model of a view. It's not exactly the view. It's like technology-independent representation of the idea of each view. Because we want this to be decoupled from the current technology. So we don't want this to be, based on React exactly right now. We want it to be able to be rendered. So now you have captured the gist of your customer's system. Oh, what happened? Sorry. What is that? Oh, did I touch this one? Oh, sorry, Mr. TV. Okay, so yeah, this shows just that you can run it locally. You can run it locally on your laptop without internet. So you can run the whole thing locally. You can also run it, of course, on your own servers. You can run it both a hybrid. You can have something in the cloud and something locally, and you can go full cloud. And you can deploy it on many, many different ways, like Windows, Linux, different Linux versions. And we're working, and that's part of this team. They're helping now to be, we should be better as a company to provide you with more deployment options. Now, I'm soon coming to the answer to the next question, but one integration is to integrate at the database level, which we don't really think is the best way. The best way is probably that you provide other clients with access through a traditional or, like a REST API. Have you worked with REST APIs? Have you? Everyone is shy again. No hands in there. But But have they? Well, you know APIs at least, right? You ask a question, and you get JSON or something back that actually responds to your question. And then I need to ask, right, that this is a human being looking at the view, and this is a machine probably asking the same thing. So the only difference usually between a user interface view and an API call is who is actually looking at the data. That means in MDRIVEN, oh, sorry, Mr. TV, that we actually define APIs the same way. The only difference between you define a view model, and the view model can do several things. The view model can define an API, or the view model can define a user interface. If you, I can show you, no, we can't show it, but you just turn on and off the human design. If you turn off the human design, it becomes an API. And then, of course, there are security implications, and there's a ton of things in the framework for defining a very, very fine-grained way of saying who can do what in your system. Yeah, should we run? Let's see if I can run this to the end. So you can define REST interfaces, but you can also, of course, define and calling other REST interfaces or other ways to talk. So you can both call REST interfaces or other API technologies, and you can expose them to others. So if you want to implement your own front end, you can do that through this. You can also actually, there are many other ways too. You can actually call the turnkey service proprietary interfaces to talk directly, and you can build your own UI engine if you want to. So here you have the rendering, and then we have the fashion as we talk about it, right? The color and shape. And that is also something you can do. Customer interaction and creating prototypes quickly so that you know that your ideas are good ideas and that they're precise ideas. And then we provide a tool that we think is good for you to do that. But it's not about MDRIVEN, although what we want as MDRIVEN from you is that you actually give us feedback about the good and the bad. And I'm sure you'll find the bad, because it's always easy to notice the bad. And then we'll try to be better. Now I think we had another question.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm called Hamza. I have two questions.
Come.
Sorry?
Stand up, it's much easier to talk with you.
I'm saying I'm called Hamza. I have two questions.
Mm-hmm.
The first question is the platform entirely free? As a student, I want to develop my software and I want to use MDRIVEN. Is it free, or there are some royalties that I have to pay? Another thing is, at the end of my bachelor's, if I want to get accreditation in developing software using MDRIVEN, what do I have to do? Is there a course which you can give me and I undertake? Because I need to be marketable in the outside world, but I would need to use MDRIVEN too. So it's basically accreditation. Is there any means I can get accredited? Thank you so much.
Yes, please keep on. Please remind me. So please keep standing. Yes, three questions, I think, right? Does it cost anything? No. But a little bit of caveat. If you get very successful and you make tens of thousands of dollars a month, we want a little piece of your success, right? But that's really it. You can build up to 50 classes entirely free. You can build quite a lot of systems with 50 tables. It will grow over time. And our plan is, with the team here now, is to build a way that you can get certified. So there's a course that we call the Bootcamp on our website, on MDRIVEN, learn.mdriven.net, where you can learn, you can register. But our portal site is kind of a shame right now, so, be kind to us. But you can register there. You can go the course. I think the course is quite good. And there's, I think, 100 YouTube videos and more. There's so much material. And then you have quite an extensive wiki to find things in. And then you can go on Stack Overflow for questions. And that's the best way to ask question to us, because then we can reply and everyone can see it. But the community hasn't been that big, right? We have maybe 30, 40 customers, and we have 3 or 4 huge ones that we make the money out of now. So that's, let's see. I answered the question. Yes, it's free until you're really successful. And then we want a piece of your success. And there is online training, and we're planning for a certification program. And then what we want to do is we have a guy, he's here somewhere I think today, and he's going to build pre-baked models. We need more examples. And what we want to create is that you can take, because that's what's happening with customers, like we talked about here. They might find something, say, this is almost what I want. These 2 things together would fit my company, but of course it won't fit them all perfectly. What we want to do is then they can go onto our site and they can say, I need a really good consultant to go into my model and to fix the model error. And there's what we want you to register so that they can hire you to fix the problems in the pre-baked models. And you say, hey, I can deliver this software that you've been looking for, and I can take care of you as a customer. What we want then is if they runs this and they are a solid company with money, then again, we want a small piece of that because we all need our breakfast. But otherwise, so you can consider this free for a long time.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you. And thank you for the question. Very good. Yeah. Exactly. I need to start modeling. That's what you're saying. How will I be able to hold this? I mean, can I place this on the table? Really? Yeah, but how can I hold this up? But I was planning to speak all the time. You know, like. Oh. Okay, and then that, and then I need this. Yeah, please take the show, Ichama, for now. Prepare here.
Good morning. I see a lot of people dozing. Let's wake up. And we're in the... Someone has a question? Just come up. We are in the tech industry, and a lot of lawyers are making laws to restrict artificial intelligence, and we are feeling shy talking about technology. How does that work?
Does it, it has a backend server, right? Does it generate the code for the backend server? Do I have access to it?
Well, can I just answer quick? Sorry for taking over again. I just feel the need to answer this question. Yeah, so sorry, but no.
It doesn't generate.
No, we don't generate code. We execute the model right away. So think of it like we are executing the model by interpreting the model on the fly. Okay. So we don't generate code and then compile it and then all that. Because the computers of today are so fast, they can, without any problem, just take the model, create an in-memory model representation, and like just in time create code out of it in memory and run it in memory without you having to see the code. And that's a good thing, actually.
Okay, so it's a bit technical, but I hope you don't mind. Let's say I have an application that needs, let's say, some sort of authentication, like logging in or something like that. It's also handled by the backend server that executes the model.
Well, authentication is an information that you can model. So you have to model that, and then MDRIVEN interprets that information and then creates whatever it is that you have modeled on your model.
Okay, so one last question. Is it open source?
Right now,
open source, and there is a backend server. As an application developer, what gives me the confidence that, okay, I feel like, okay, what gives me the confidence in my application? Because right now I feel like I have an application that's running, but I don't really understand how the data is being handled and everything. I know it is being handled, but I don't really know how. And how do I know that the way it's being handled is effective, it's private and stuff like that?
So over time you'll get to interact with the wiki. The MDRIVEN follows more like the same processes as of, to an extent, of traditional traditional application development. If you talk about security, that is all catered for in our documentation, fully how the information is handled. But again, beyond that, your confidence should come from your model. If your model is wrong, then the information representation in the database is going to be wrong. So if your model is correct, then your information representation in the database is going to be correct. And remember, we're using the same databases, SQL server database, Postgre database, MySQL database, and you can see how your information is represented in these databases.
Okay, one last question. I've taken too many. I've asked too many questions. Taken too many. I've asked too many questions.
I can add on to that.
If it's okay, let me ask one more
question of open source also.
Yeah?
Yeah. So no, it's not open source. The reason is we don't know if it's the right choice for us as a company. We think that we still will be overrun by someone, so we want to keep it to ourselves, parts of it. There are some parts of the source code that are open. There is also a pledge from us to anyone using it. If we go out of business, the source code will be open to everyone, and we regularly do soft in that sense. So you have to trust us for parts of it, but that doesn't mean that you can't extend it and do a lot of additional components and things you build with it. So that part you need to trust us. And then you need to trust, of course, that you can, that if we die as a company, you will have access to the source code.
Okay, however much I like open source and everything,
yes.
I don't wish for you guys to die. But I have one last question. Yeah. In the case that my application is hacked, since I don't know what's going on in the back end and everything, who is responsible? I have an application, users' data gets leaked and stuff like that. In the end, who is responsible for that?
Well, I guess it's the same with most, if you look at what happened with data breaches and stuff, I don't feel that it has really helped anyone that it was open source. And that, when it comes to actually hacking, then of course you can look in the logs and you can talk to us and all those things, but you cannot, and you can also of course decompile and understand what's going on from that perspective. So from a security breach and who's responsible, no company, even if it's closed source or open source, will say like, yeah, we'll pay your bill because you had a data breach. So the only thing we can do is try to assure you that it's safer to have an engine running most of your things the same way, whatever you're building, than you coding it yourself. You know, like API building, for example. It's better to have like one.
Okay, we have a number of questions on the line.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Precious Balava. I have some questions. First of all, I'm doing BID, that's Bachelor's of Industrial Arts and Innovative Design. And my question is, like, how can I probably use your technology in my field of work? Let's say, be it graphics and design, or 3D designing and animation. Can it probably work out for me?
That is a no. We are not into the field of graphics design. We are in the field of information design. Yeah.
Then I had
What you can do, of course, is usually we have had one customer. They made really cool. They had these virtual reality headsets where you could walk around in a construction site and you could see rebars and piping, and then they ran our software inside their helmets and in the back end. Why did they do it? Because one thing is the rendering engine we don't do at all. So you put the rendering engine in the front end in your special client, but there's usually a lot of like data about and all these administrative tasks, you could say, that make the rendering come to life. So separate the problem.
Okay, then there's something I've been hearing about nanotechnology. Can you please throw more light on that? Though it's some kind of way of what you've been sharing.
What is? Huh?
He wants you to say something more about nanotechnology.
What nanotechnology are we talking about? Are we talking about like surface material surfaces or something?
Yeah.
Not my field of expertise, I'm afraid.
Okay.
I can talk about how you integrate AI with this, but not nanotechnology, I think.
Okay. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. So, my name is Lule Arthur, and I'm going to ask a question about AI. So, I wanted to ask, how is AI integrated into MDRIVEN? And also, as you see, what's currently happening in the technology industry? Lots and lots of layoffs in different industries, Microsoft, Meta, Google, because of AI. Should I say, is no-code development a solution to that problem? Do you think it's a solution? Because as a client, I want something that's fast, and I think that's what also the big industries are looking at. So could this be a solution to maybe the whole AI issue?
I don't think we are going to resolve the issue that you've talked about of trying to address what AI is doing in terms of automations and capabilities like that. But there are a lot more problems in the world to solve than writing code from scratch. What MDRIVEN is bringing forward comes in to address that gap, that we are trying to match the curve that the computing speed has taken and bring that into software development as well.
All right. So how is AI integrated into MDRIVEN?
Yeah, I can take it. Yes. So you said the layoffs in the IT industry. Just one point of that. Well, I think that it was kind of too many, because money was too cheap during COVID, and there was a lot of money just flowing in from governments in the Western world, and they just, more people were at home, So I think that was just a correction from these big companies rather than a trend that goes everywhere in the whole world. But then, of course, you could say maybe that people, because if you look at it, it's weird, right? Most UIs, let's go to any UI that you use, they're usually crap, right? I mean, you wonder, how can it be that we have like CPUs and devices with high screen resolution, and we do all these like amazingly advanced technology, and then the user interface you're facing is really silly. I flew here with Ethiopian Airlines. It's like, really? They have like, you know, millions of passengers, and the drop-down box work to select nationality. What is that? So you have AI here, like, whoa, everything we will take it over of AI. But in reality, we can't get a drop-down box to function properly. So I think there's still a lot for us to do. And remember, the AI that they talk about is in a high right now. What they actually are mostly is large language models, right? They're really good at language construction and deconstruction. So go on our YouTube channel and watch how Hans, the CTO, is demoing how you can integrate AI. I don't really even like the name in this. They will lie. They will say anything. So that's a problem. Let's say you're integrating AI into your flight booking system, and the AI just comes up with a random flight that doesn't exist. Not very good. So you need precise data in databases, and you need to combine it with AI to make it really useful. So what he's showing in one of our talks is a really cool thing. You just take ChatGPT and you combine it with the data from this standard shop that database that Microsoft has called, they're selling like equipment for sports, I think. And what we do is he reverse engineers a Microsoft database and turns it into a model, and then he integrates it with the AI. And you can say, I think that's the example he's using. I want something that protects my stuff on my bicycle when it's raining. And the AI comes actually back and says, well, we have this thing that you can hang back on your bicycle. And it's made of very good plastic, so your things won't get wet. And it then gives a link to the article to buy it. And I think that's really good use of large language models, right? You make it actually do something useful. Not just, you know, make a new paper about something.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Musings Julius. Mine are not questions, but requests. Sir, we are requesting you share with us that modeling tool, such that we can have them, we can have it on our laptops, such that we can practice. Then another request is, I have a model, a simple model. I was begging that if you can implement that model using that tool, and we see how well it will implement it. Thank you very much.
The tool you can download right away, but I have a model in mind that I'm going to show, because we will have so much interaction discussing what your drawings or what you actually mean, that these people will find that we are too boring, although it's interesting. So I'll show you this model and we can talk more. Come to me afterwards and we talk about how to do it. The tool is free to download, so you can just go to mdriven.net and download it right away. And then I'll show you. But I have this model, this quiz that I'm going to do instead of your thing. Although this is a bit like voting or answering questions, so maybe you will get some ideas from it.
Okay, thank you.
I think, what time is it now? 11:30? Yeah, you see. So I better talk about now what I'm going to build. Sorry. So I'm going to build this thing I call the quick quiz. And then, as any good TV chef, I have prepared a bit. because, you know, when you build stuff, it's like impossible to take it at the pace that you think. So I have had to think it through, be presented to you, and trying to simplify it as much as possible so that we will get through it quickly. I think I can click it through and explain to you what the power of modeling is in about 1.5 hours. I don't know, I've never done this before, so we'll see. But what are the like word requirements? So I'm now coming to make a quiz, and then you get it on your phones, and then it says you should answer, the fastest answer wins. Yeah, I think a lot of you have played that one. So this is the same thing. I tried to simplify it. So you should be able to create a quiz in advance. You can register the quiz to a name or a code. You create this access code so that you can go in and edit your quiz over time before your guests arrive or the thing happens. There's settings, and I think this is actually something I removed because I said, no, that's too complicated. So I got rid of this one. And I think I hard-coded how many winners there are in each game, because it also got too complicated if you're going to develop this whole thing in 1 hour. But you should be able to add questions and add answers, and there should be text answers. And you should be able to tell which of these statements are the correct one. It's kind of basic, of course. And then you should be able to go back into the app. You put in the code for your quiz that you have created beforehand, and then you can say, quiz, get ready. And then it will show a QR code that everyone here will be able to scan with their phone. And when you do, maybe you'll take down our servers because you're so many. And I haven't, you know, this is not running on a big cluster, so who knows what will happen. I actually went to bed at 2 a.m. this morning because we were testing them. Anyway, so in the start screen, we should show the QR code to join. We should show the participants in a list so that you all can see your name showing up. And when you put your name in, you know, make it unique. I don't know what are the most common name in Uganda, but let's say everyone was named like John, and it needs to be synced immediately everywhere. And we're going to run this is going to run on a server in my hometown, because that was the easiest one I had available. So it's actually going to be run like 5-minute walks from my home, which is slightly south of Stockholm in Sweden, which I think is kind of cool that we can run things far away. And then you should be able to say, and we should declare a winner, of course, the top 5 winners of each question. And then I don't show a countdown, actually. Yeah, we do. There's a countdown that I have planned to, so it says like it's 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, and when it comes to 0, it's game over. And if you have been slow, that you're out. And on the owner screen, we should show the current quiz item, the question, and we should have the top 5 correct picks. Can I do it like this? No. And on the participant screens, that's on your phones, we should show the current question, the quiz item, and show if you won. Let's see if we can make that. I'm a little scared that this list of requirements is too long for this to happen in one. Questions about this? And how, let's ask. And how, let's ask. How do you bet this? Do you think this is possible? How long would it take to implement this with the Node.js? Creating the database to store it, creating the user interfaces, creating all the things needed. It's not super simple. So, now I have this challenge. Maybe I can I hang it here?
Them up, or at least 2 weeks if you're good enough. The question that I usually like to put forward is, what happens if the technology you're studying right now in the 3 years, by the time you graduate, goes obsolete? What do you do? If the technology systems that you're studying today go obsolete by the time you graduate, then what's the plan? You say, I'm good in Android development, hardcore Java, Kotlin, Flutter. What happens if Google backs out of Flutter 3 years from now? What happens to you who studied Flutter? So what is on ground is that the information technologies that we're working with will go obsolete at any time, at one point in time. But information stays forever. And so that's why MDRIVEN. There's need to separate the I from IT, to separate information from information technology. The models that we create here are GIST. When Lars talked about the GIST, the technology, and then the fashion. These are things that change at different rates. Your information GIST is like your model, that the story about the information, about the software that you're creating. And then the technology are the tools that you use to build the software, regarding with each other. Our current traditional model of development entangles everything together. You have the technology and the information and then the fashion all tightly bound together, which implies that if one of those elements goes obsolete, your entire system is at risk, because now you can't access the information, the technology you're using is old, but the information is still valid. Then what does that bring into place? That you have to look for a new system to address the challenge that you're facing. So that is the problem that we have with the current approach to software development. And MDRIVEN comes in place to basically take that burden away from us so that we focus on the business model. We focus on the information of our systems. Model-driven development provides a way of future-proofing systems by the kind of decoupling that we look into. And I can tell you this, I've been in the field of software development, not as old as Lars, I'm young, for about 6 years in a rapidly changing environment with high demands where requirements are changing and business needs keep arising every now and then. So then you find yourself as the only person who understands the actual technical work that needs to get done. But you also struggle to communicate between the business and then the people who sit in the background and run these technologies and do the development of these things. Or you find requirements and put something up at the end of the day. And then you put up a system that is obsolete, or the needs have changed by the time you bring it forth. It's 2 months in the kitchen and you have the solution, and the business saying, no, things have changed. We have this requirement that is now a showstopper. If we don't have it, we can't go live. Model-driven development ensures what we'd call now info ops, a bridging between the information, the IT people, and then the business people who understand the information. Your model tells you the story of of the business. That's such that when a business person looks at your model, they're able to clearly understand and interpret what you're saying. Then the IT people do not remain as the people who fully understand how the systems work, but the information is also available to the business people to interpret and clearly tell you how the systems work. Usually that's how we like to make ourselves important, right? I am the only guy who understands this, so I can't go, I have to be here, but yet there's a lot of problems that we can address. So let me invite a colleague of mine to also say a few words, and that is Charles.
Hello. Good afternoon. So with me, I'll try to relate more to kind of find that a lot of times, yeah, you're all computer people, but at the end of the day, you all not going to do the same thing. You can't say you're all going to be programmers, and you all can't be good and say that we are all going to be coding and all that. No. Like, with IT, one thing I want to tell you is you always have to have an open mind. Like, you find that a lot of people, when they talk about IT, yeah, they talk of things like that, programmer and all that, but there are so many things you can do. And my take on that aspect of the whole thing of AI and things becoming autonomous, many people think that, okay, yeah, you go out of jobs. Me, my take on it is that you only go out of jobs if you decide to be rigid. You forgive me for saying that, yeah. So you'll find that at the end, even with AI around and all tools coming up, for example, you'll see MDRIVEN. Yes, it's simpler to develop software. Software you develop in 6 months with the traditional coding. Now here you can do it like in a month. So you'll say probably, what are the rest of us going to do? No, problems are always there to solve. Even with AI becoming autonomous and it can do a lot more today, it still has issues with it. And at the end of the day, who's going to solve the issues? It's the IT people. You're the ones going to solve those issues. So you can never say that with change, that at some point, what I'm trying to say is you have to evolve yourself to keep up with the change, yeah? It will always be there. Like you see with languages, there are always new language. There's Python, probably I have to learn a language to implement my final year project. So sometimes you find that you get lost in all of that. Then you forget that ideally you were given this project to solve a problem, yeah? So you end up forgetting what you're trying to solve, and now you're fixing some code issue probably there in Python or Java. But there are a lot of people who have done these, and at your level, that, to me, I believe it's not very important. Yeah, it's important to learn. It's always good to learn because that's how you grow. But at the point you find that you're shifting away from the important thing, the solution, the problem you're trying to solve. So with MDRIVEN, what we're trying to tell you is that for those who do, for example, information systems, it becomes easier. That you don't have to mind how I need to learn Java, I need to learn Python. No, you focus on what you're trying to solve, the problem you're trying to solve with your research proposal or project. So you focus on the problem and you're able to expound more on the solution. Personally, I can tell you, you find that these languages, they tend to close our minds to a lot of things, yeah? You find you get a bug and wow, it worries you, you go, you start Stack Overflow, ChatGPT, you're trying to find the solution, but in the end you find as you go into those details, by slowly shift away from initially where you started from, what were you solving, you get? but now you're fixing some bug, and it's very proud to fix a bug. If you spend hours and nights on it, it's nice at the end of the day. But you find you're shifting away from what you're trying to solve, yeah? So in the end, okay, you've been hearing them talk about models, system gist, and all that. What they mean by all that is the idea. And that means the idea, like, what are you trying to solve? So with this tool, we try to make sure that you focus on your idea, what you're trying to solve, and you don't get so much taken into aspects of tech, because tech is there, but it's always changing all the time. Yeah. And the good thing with this, it has some aspects of like traditional development. Yeah. I know one of the things they teach you is try to decouple things, Make sure that you separate concerns, yeah? It's very important. If you mingle everything together, it's very hard to always come and make changes, Like the same reason they teach you object-oriented programming, from the usual where you're going to write your line by line and everything. You find that if you made a mistake, changing something becomes very hard. Yeah, if you've not designed in the object-oriented way. Yeah. So kind of that's the same perspective we give you here. Yeah. So a model mainly means your idea, and that's the same with a system gist. So it's not very hard actually. Yeah. It's very simple. And we use something called OCL. I had someone talk about something related to security. So there are a lot of, to me, I feel like definitely at the end of the day, if you want something secure, you should not put it online. As long as it's up online, then it's not secure. It's open to so many things, Once you put it up, there are people there who will be spending sleepless nights trying to break what you created. So that's bound to happen. But at the end, to minimize some of these risks, security breaches and all that. So you find that we use what we call OCL. Yeah, OCL is not a programming language. No. MDRIVEN uses visual programming. It means you express your idea using diagrams. But then at the end of the day, you find that you can't express everything using diagrams. There are certain aspects that you need to kind of express in a certain way, that the visual diagrams, they can't handle everything. So the additional way we help you handle all those other aspects is the OCL. So it's a language simply to express what you want, yeah? And the other thing about it, it's easy to learn, it's simple. I can't compare it to traditional programming, so anyone. By the other thing they didn't talk about, anyone can use this tool to develop software, by the way. You don't need a programming background, you don't need anything. You can just get in, go download the tool and try anything, yeah? It's very simple, yeah? Definitely there is the whole perspective if you're coming from a certain background, like you've developed software a bit, yeah, it might be a bit tough sometime with the concepts and it might be a bit tough sometime with the concepts and everything, but you reach a point and you get there, yeah. So it can help you with that. You can get your idea, try it out and see how it works. You find that the more you dwell on an idea, you can always expound more on it. You start discovering things you didn't think of before. For example, if you're doing your research proposals, and one interesting thing with it is that whatever you use it for within your system, it's very hard, I don't know if I can be bold enough to say that, it's very hard to say that it won't, how should I say? Okay, let me give an example. if you're using languages like SQL, and with time to time you have to go to your database and probably you have an error, you want to fix it, you write an SQL statement, you find that sometimes things can go wrong. Like a lot of things can go wrong with that, yeah? You make a mistake, yeah, you're going to end up with, I've had a lot of people say that my database crashed and things like that. Personally, I've never experienced that. I don't know what that means exactly, but yeah, people say that a lot. So you write something and yeah, it will break so many things, and sometimes it's hard to reverse if you didn't create a backup. So with OCL, it works like, I should say, at a higher level of abstraction, that whatever you do, it's very hard for it to have side effects onto your data or your system. And it's very easy for you to come in and make changes, yeah? If you make mistakes, there is already a debugger within it that can help you fix those mistakes. Already a debugger within it that can help you fix those mistakes and can help you point to the exact point where the problem might be. So with the person who talked of debugging, it's much easier because you don't have to deal with much code, but at the same time, the tool has been designed with OCL to try and make it more simpler, that you can easily see issues and they're easy to fix with just a matter of clicks here and there, and you can fix them. So you don't have to worry so much, I don't have a tech background, how do I fix such things, how do I do such things? No, you don't need actually to get started or to try out something.
I think I can just update you on what I've been doing. And then but thank you for speaking, so I get some peace of mind here to do some stuff. So you're aware what I've been doing. So I guess you're right. We have a quiz. That's the whole quiz that someone can go into the application and create. And later I'll add how to get the access code so you can come back to it. And then what this means, so we have it. Each these are called classes, right? Oh, is it too small? This is better? Better? Yeah. I mean, really? Okay. So, each class in object-oriented programming becomes a table in the database. This is classic object relation mapping, and you can get other frameworks to do that for you. There's like entity framework from Microsoft. There's in Java they have a lot of one. They're quite good. What they don't have is a very, very fast way to just turn models into the whole thing. You have to do a lot of configuration to get that going. So that's the difference. So as I said, none of these technologies is like invented by us. They have been implemented by us to make a very rapid development environment. So we have this class, which is a table, and it will create the code and the name. And then I added for clarity. There are many ways to do things, but I want to do this like the proper way that you learn to do it. So because of that, I've created a method that actually, gives you a very easy way to say, if you're a quiz, please create a question. Here just says that these questions are entirely owned by the quiz. That means that if you delete the quiz, the framework will automatically delete all the questions. This is called cascading delete, and it's a built-in feature. And if you have worked with building software the traditional way, you know the pain of managing the things that happens in between tables. You do something, you add it here, and then you delete something, and then all of a sudden the join you had done before doesn't work anymore because there's some inconsistency in your data. We've been running systems for years, and then we validate if there's anything broken, and we might come up with like 2 or 3 rows over years of running systems because there's no humans involved in managing it because we humans are error prone. Okay. So then I've just repeated the thing. So each question has, of course, the questions statement, like a string that contains that. And then I have added create answer. So create answer, create these answers. So each question can have many answers. And then this one says this link here can only be navigated from question to correct answer. There's really no point going from answer 2 ways to the same question. And then, this is very important. You see, you have 2 links to answer, but they mean different things. And that's one thing that we usually don't find very, we struggle with implementing that in traditional database design. It's like, yeah, this is a link to, but it has a different meaning. And I'm not saying that we don't do it, but it's not as clear as it is here, because I could immediately explain to you and you understand what this is. Of course, you can see that the question has many answers, and there is one and only one correct answer. And the cool thing with this is, if you have done this model, what I did next is that I started up my servers. So I have a back-end server that contains the database, and I have a front-end server. But then I also brought up this built-in like fast editing thing, this one. This combines the editing of the view, the structure of the view, with the actual how it looks on screen. Because there's one thing, of course, you need to do in your application. You need to define how data is stored, but that isn't enough. You need to act on data. So we have the action language, which is the small snippets that we still retain as code. And this OCL thing that is like SQL, but for models. Much easier actually to use when you've gotten used to it. So, what is a view? Well, a view here is called, this view is called quiz editing. And it's rooted, that means the context of this whole view is quiz. Okay, so this is a view for quiz. What do I want to show? I want to show the quiz name, right? Of course, that should be on top. So I have quiz name, and I want it to be bigger. I think I can I add a style reference here? Header 3? Yeah, that's nicer. So you can change that. No biggie with that. The cool thing is that you don't have to implement anything of how to update the database or anything. So what will happen if we do something here? And now it's a save button here because I haven't turned on automatic saving yet. So now what happened, it's actually sent a question. So I think, so this whole thing that we called placing containers. Placing containers is actually just the implementation of the web technology called Flexbox. But again, we wanted to integrate it into the tool so you don't need to understand how to implement the very, very complex tag structure of Flexbox. Because really, who is interested? We want the power to make UIs very flexible by using Flexbox, but we don't really want to know exactly how to do it ourselves. So here we have this is a placing container, and here you have the questions, and here I have a column. So let's say if I want to add some margin here, I think I can do that. Good, now the question jumped in a bit. That's what I want. Okay, so I'm here at the questions. I hope this is visible for everyone, is it? Or should I? Maybe I can. Is that better? Silence. Is it better? Yay! All right. So you can see we have the quiz, and now we say that we want self, that's the quiz, and the questions. We want them in a collection, and there is an arrow, and it points to each question. And each question should be represented how? Well, this is a lot of trickery for making things very flexible. But most important here, I think, in each question, right, we want the answers to show up. So how would you go about doing that in a traditional project? Well, probably you would like think, okay, I need to, if you have an API in between, or if you write SQL, you have to then, of course, rewrite the SQL to include that data, and then that data will be many, so you need to have that in memory somehow. From question, what can we do? Well, we can get the answers for this question. And we can do other things here, but we'll look at those later. So we want answers. Good, now we have the answers there. And do we have any way to add an answer here? Add questions? No. So there's no answers in the database. Okay, problem. Let's see. I had this create answer, but there's, so that's a method like in code, right? But we need now an action in the user interface. So this is from the outer forms thing, so let's ignore that. Let's create a, what we call a class action. It's actually an action attached to this object. And what should it do? Well, of course we want to say, we want to add an answer, right? And then what we wanted to do, execute. Well, we wanted to execute create answer. It's here to the right. Create answer. So it says self, the question, create the answer. Good. So we have said create the answer for the question, and because how this is made, it says answer, create it, and with that is Q. Oh, I should have A here. I copied that. It's sloppy of me. Write that. So it creates an answer, and it says set the question to myself. And that's what I want to do. Simple. I think we should have a feature you can just right click and get that made for you, but there's, I have to talk to Hans to add that. Anyway, it's not a huge problem. So now we have the create answer, and then we have the add answer, and we have show answer. Where is our new one? Maybe we need to, I think we actually need to send this model to the server. Let's do that. Because this is like a larger definition change. Add question. Maybe this one has to have, yeah, let me see. I don't think it will show it properly there. Here I have the view, the more full view model editor. And I think I need to go here and say show actions. Because here you see now, for this question, you can pick which actions do I want to show. So let's not show question, I don't like that one. Opt that out, and now we'll only see add answer. So let's go back and see where we are. Add answer, nice, that's what I wanted. But it's nothing happened. Maybe something happened, but I didn't show it properly. Here, there's nothing to say how to show the answers. So let's add the placing container there. Oh, now they showed up properly, the ones I created before. So now we actually have answers there, but then we're showing them as string. That's like the default representation. So let's remove that, the actual statement. Good, that's what I want, and I want now to have the first question correct. Yes. Yeah, so now this works, and right, it saves automatically and everything is connected, and I don't need to know how that is done. So let's remove that one, and then let's indent this a bit more, I think. Another 20 maybe, yes. So I think, I mean, we're kind of good to go on editing the quiz, I would say. And I think that is, I mean, you could say one thing somewhere, because how can it be that you just define things? Will he not run into trouble when it gets complicated? So it's close to lunch now. I'll just go online and show a system that I'm working on daily. You can see this, right? Let's see. So this is administrative system for the consultancy company I work for. So let's try and log in. I hope, I don't know, yeah. Let's use another one. No, we should. I have not used the Microsoft login on this machine. Do you think I can make that work? Let's see. Let's use. This one instead. So this is, I think I have simpler login here. And this is in Swedish, sorry, so you won't understand much. I need to log on to my last pass here, I think also. Hold on. Really? What a snag. How do I do this now? Let's see, can I remember this? Oof. Sweden. I still would say that the performance is acceptable and it's quite interactive, and you can just, you know, all these actions I showed, this is how you can build with it. I'll try now also a very quick connection to that model so you can see that I'm not lying to, that this can actually be big, because I wouldn't trust it myself either. Hold on, let's see. So this is my development machine. It's running in my hometown up in Sweden, and this is the machine I do the daily work on. Because I use this remote machine to do it. So here I have Visual Studio. And then you might say, Visual Studio. All right, but I thought this was only the designer. Yeah, the designer is the stepping stone in. And there's even a simpler version of the designer called what we call Mocotype, where you can have a reduced set of options to make it easier. But when you get full and you want to develop code also, you will integrate C# and other components from NuGet into your product to do other things, you need Visual Studio. And then you install the MDRIVEN framework. And then it integrates into Visual Studio, and you can add all the powers of Visual Studio to your code. So here you see some of the diagrams that this system is made up of. This is in Swedish, but let's see if I can zoom out. So if you see this, you can see at least that this is not a trivial system. There are a few hundred tables. These are all tables, but you can also do a lot of object-oriented things. You can do inheritance, you can build things. You can actually, there was a guy up here who said, and I said, no, we don't generate code. It's not entirely true. You can turn on code generation so that you can integrate your code if you wish to. But we say, try to do without code because it's so much faster. And when you need code, we fully support it. So this is another system, right? It means that you can start out with the 50 classes and this thing that I'm going to continue building on. Doesn't mean that you can't run huge systems with hundreds and hundreds or thousands of users. But first prove your idea and get the thing going. Try out what you want to build. Okay, so that was all for my thing. And I think everyone, it's lunchtime, right? True? Yes. So I'll type away here a bit more and try to get some food too in the end. So thanks for listening up until now. And have a good lunch, I guess, right? There's no one supporting my claim here that there is food to come, but I hope it is. You know how this works, I guess? Or? Huh?
We will communicate with them what the next steps would be for that. But please continue. We shall cut when they are ready.
Oh, you're not getting the food yet. All right. Please continue, Joe.
All right. Can we take a 3-minute break and just stretch? We seem to have oversat from morning up to now. Um, 2 minutes left.
Excuse me, what we do, this session is continuing up to after, actually, let me say around 3, 4. But we are going to break off. Let us break off. They are bringing some refreshments, the students, and then for staff, you know where we get our lunch from. Lounge, we wait a bit. It's not yet ready. But we are continuing at 2. Okay, let's just get a small break or lunch break, and then we can resume at 2. Yeah, you wait for the refreshments. They are bringing them. If you want to miss getting a t-shirt, you go before we close.
Guys, please make your way back to the hall. We're about to restart. In the next 5 minutes or so, we shall be restarting. This session will be a bit shorter and more interactive. We want to see how well Lars has done with the creation of the edit of the quiz.
call them or text them. Let's reconvene in 15 minutes so that we can finalize the presentation, and you can maybe interact with us, and I don't know, we shall share information after. Yes? Yeah? Please help me and text your colleagues, the ones who are out, and 15 minutes we begin, yeah? And finalize this. Thank you. Guys, I think let's begin the afternoon session, yes? Yeah? Yeah, so let's begin. Herbert, you can be taking us through.
Good afternoon, everyone. At least now, the list we are not taking 2 weeks to come up with it. And we hope the latest would be tomorrow. Unfortunately, our sessions will be ending today. Yeah, but has any of us gone to the website? Has anyone downloaded the MDRIVEN Designer? Anyone failing to start the designer, you do not know where to start from, you have questions around it, feel free to raise them. If you still need to know how you can access the designer, it's on the MDRIVEN website. Get onto the platform, subscribe. We have 2 options for the designer, and you could do the click once and then, or download it and have it run locally as well, and you can work with that. So, any questions? We could start from there. Yeah, things are looking interesting, right? And he's writing code. So, I want to put forth a question, and the question is, what are some of the problems with the traditional software development approach? So these are some of the reasons. We say technology gets outdated, information lasts forever. And our systems are tightly bound to information. Our information in the applications we build using the traditional model are tightly bound to the technology. When the technology runs absolute, you have to change the system, and that is costly in most times. Then the other is the business environments that we operate in evolve super fast, in that when you're asked to make a change to a system, it becomes costly because the entire process of making that change ends up impacting so many aspects of the system. You're going to have to modify and change a lot in terms of code base, which also becomes really costly. So in other words, our systems are not adapting as quickly as our environments. You hear things that statements like, our system no longer supports the business, we need to change it. But if you have your information modeled properly, then you do not have to change the whole system. You have your information that is still valid for a whole long time based on your model. The changes you Yeah, so you've heard my colleague talk about.
It is low code. It's not no code.
Yeah, so you've heard my colleague talk about OCL, Object Constraint Language, and some of the instructions that you have seen, Lars, right there, are based in OCL. So the whole time in the morning session, we have been talking about majorly 3 aspects. We have the gist, technology, and fashion. Do we still remember what these terms mean? These are going for t-shirts now.
There's less people here right now, right? Oh, we lost them. Oh, they're still on lunch. You think they come back? Yeah. Yes. So thank you for staying. Not everyone has done that, apparently. And I will try to explain what I've built. I've been typing quickly here during lunchtime, but I also realize that it's a real challenge to build this whole thing, that it's working smoothly in, is it a little bit over 1 hour? So, but I've gotten some things working, and well, almost most. So we'll see how it goes. And I've added also some questions, and we'll see if we'll break our server or not. But now, screen? Yes? Screen here. All right. So, let me try. So a lot of things goes into an application, right? You need to, let's say you're in a web app now. We need to identify the user. So in a web browser, there will be something called a session in the web browser. So there's support for, of course, creating a session. And every platform has its own ways of doing things. So what we're talking about here is web, like web apps. If you were running on a phone, which could be done, then you need a different way to identify your user. And in this case, there is a full built-in package for login and all those things, and you can extend it with a lot of email confirmation codes and stuff like that. But here, we don't really want that. So I just created this, I called it session singleton. Is there anyone here that knows what the singleton pattern is in software development? The one that can explain the singleton pattern gets a t-shirt. Any takers? None. Okay. It's really easy. Singleton means single, right? A singleton is simply a class that can only have one object and one object alone. And this, I created this, and I said to the framework, I want this to be transient. That means this one will only be in memory of each session, but there will be only one. And that means because it's only one of a class, it's very easy to find. And this gives us the ability in the session to remember who is on. So it looks it up and I can edit it, or I create the quiz and then I get a new one that will be the current quiz. So the thing that is different when you work like this is that there's no separation between the database and the application running. It's the same thing. There's no such thing when you're using MDRIVEN, or yeah, I guess all model-driven, but I haven't seen anyone else, so let's talk about MDRIVEN. There's no difference. You don't need to care about how to load things into memory. You just assume that everything is there all the time. And then someone should ask me, but hey, if I have 10 million objects in the database, I have 10 million rows, are they all going to be loaded into memory? That's really bad. No. There are, of course, ways to search this SQL database for things without loading them all into memory. But when you do your logic inside your application, you usually don't need to care anything about loading things into memory, because that is done automatically. So when you load things, when you access things, when you navigate, as we say, according to the relationships, and navigating the relationships, that just means that whatever is on the other side of that relationship needs to be loaded into memory, and it's loaded automatically. So you can just assume, and all the code you see that we have, which is not much, but there is some, you don't load anything, you don't save anything, you just access whatever data you need to access, and you change whatever data you need to change, and then you say save. And the framework will figure out how to put the keys in the database and how to link them all together, automatically saved, either with a save button or you set the view to be auto-saving. Then it will save right away without you doing anything at all. That means that we can mix data and doing, or finding things out. We don't need to have one database where we keep in our minds how to store data, and then another place where we store what we want to do with the data. It's in the same place. So this is, you could say, any object-oriented language would look like this, right? You have your data attributes, and you have your methods. The difference is here that you don't need to load anything into memory, and you don't need to care about how to store it. So what I did here, now let's look at this application, what it does, right? You have the quiz. There's a question in play. I thought we need to keep track of that. Which question is playing right now? So we have that there. The quiz code was just like a security thing, so to look up things like which quiz this is. This is the name of it. And then we have something called state that I'll talk about soon. Then I added a few methods like create participant, create participant is a method that just creates a new participant. But because of course when you join, when a participant joins, we need the ability to add them to the quiz. So what does that do? I need a control key. Let me do it from here. So you can see this is very, very simple code. I think I saw it joining. So you have some of these like tricky things, like here we have the session singleton, and we want the singleton object, and we say that the current participant is a new participant. So self create participant returns a participant object, and we sign it here. So this is not low code in the sense that you didn't need to understand anything about programming, because I don't think that will really would give you the power to create whatever you want. It's not like Google Forms where you don't have the power to do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want with this, and that's why it's a bit harder. But you can see that the amount of code here is almost nothing compared to a traditional project where you get thousands of rows of stuff. And I can also explain this much better how it works. and that's really good when you talk to your customers. So you have the quiz, and you have participants. You have the quiz, and you have the questions. If you have a question, this is each question, and then down here you have the answer. And we added before the correct answer. So from each question, we point to the correct answer. And we now have, I've added participant. So these participants, this link here, was pointing, going up to the quiz. So they are all owned, so, and one participant. So in UML, you can know that. If you make it like this, and you're used to reading this, you can just see a model, and you can really, really understand what's going on really fast. So here I've added the answer time, because if we're going to run this, and we want to say who was the quickest, let's put down the time that they answered. We have something here with a slash in front. In UML, this slash means that this is a calculated attribute. Have I put anything here? No, I haven't yet. But I have here seconds to answer. That was also calculated. So again, I don't know if this can be seen. Is it too small? It is. Can anyone see it? That's not on this big screen. So how do we derive how long it took to answer the question? Well, we have date time now, and then, but I think this is wrong. Date time now minus self question start time. I think it should be the other way around, right? No, is this correct? I always find it difficult, which order is this? No, it has to be, that one is smaller. Yeah, so I think this is correct. And then we get this. So this one will just grab the URL that your users came to. This one will just grab the URL that your users came to this machine, and give it to you. It's just a simple one because it's used a lot if you want to create a link. Then we have this called, and I think this is supposed to be pronounced zebra crossing, which is an open library for creating barcodes. So we just have built-in support for that, and there's QR image in that one. So I just use that in this project. And you'll find a lot of things on the wiki where you can find out special features that are built in, or if you have to build them yourself. Because you could add this in C# and add any code you want. It's just that these are built in. So what about the dynamics of a system? How do you describe how a quiz game should operate? It's not easy at all. I mean, if you start like I did many years ago, it's like, okay, I need to keep track of this and this and this and this and this and this and this. And if I put that, thing there, that remembers that, and if I do this, then that should happen, and this should happen, and that should happen. It's really, really tricky, actually, to keep track of what a system should do. And that is because this is actually not a simple application. I don't know if any one of you even have come, I mean, usually they only teach state machines as a, like almost as to edit the quiz when it's what? Active. So when the quiz is active, you want to lock the user interface probably from editing. Right. And what are the active states? Well, ready, and then you can say, hey, so when I'm editing, there's something called get ready. And when you execute get ready with a button, probably a button or a menu item or whatever you want to trigger get ready. it will enter the state of active. And this dot means that it starts here. So it comes from here and it goes to the ready state. And what should we do on the entry of the ready state? Well, I think let's get rid of all previous, because this game might have been played before. So let's delete all the participants. So here on the entry, I say self, that's the quiz. Self.participants, that's all the participants according to the model you saw. .delete, delete them all. And that's everything you have to do to get rid of them, because you don't need to care about how the database is updated and that and that. And you've heard that from me now many times, but I feel I need to repeat it. So, if the participant is deleted, this one has to go. So the framework will delete this one too. So that simple thing, just a few dots and delete, will actually clean up the whole previous quiz session if it had been running. Let's get back to this state machine. So, all right, so we went to ready and we deleted the participants. There is no trigger here. That means that this will happen automatically. And we will go to playing, and the entry here is self, the quiz. Question in play turns into 1. And we then take the playing question and say start. Okay, and we will look at what that means in a few seconds. So here we have self. So there are triggers. That's like pulling a trigger on something. That means do it. But there needs to be something like code or something executing or a button pressed for that to happen. But then there's these things like that one. It didn't have a trigger, so it would just run. But this one has something called a guard. That means that it will stop. It will not fall into completed until this is true. So, how do we want to define easily understandable way that you can, so easily see, that is what's going to happen. And the cool thing is that this happens by itself. You don't really need to code anything. You just run it and it will automatically update. So that was the that was the quiz. Now we have try to stay alive. So that was a quiz. Now for each question. Each question is also in an editing state. Okay. Technology. They are also editing because they're being edited each question. So they are in the editing state. And then if you remember from the quiz, I said questions start. That means all the questions or the next question in line is started. Then this question becomes active. And then that's the start dot. We go to preparing. And I've added a method called prepare answers. Because I realized when I was doing this, I'm prepping also for this talk, it's actually better to prepare all the answer objects in the database, because if they are going to be very fast, difficult to know how fast should I do it and how much, difficult to know how fast should I do it and how much should I do it, and what if the user just leaves and there's nothing to do anymore? What we do here is actually on the screen of the user running the game, we have a timer that says, it calls tick. So this state goes from running to running to running to running to running with a method called tick. When you do that, every time you come in here, we says at the entry, self time left is the end time minus now. So we calculate that, and this time left is what is shown on all the screens. Then you might ask yourself if you've tried to solve problems like this yourself before. But how does the client get to know time left? Because let's say we play this game here in 10 minutes, and all your phones are on one screen. How will they find out within a fraction of a second what the current time to count down is? I mean, it's not easy, and it's not obvious. The thing is that there is a setting in the framework that you can say that this attribute should be real time. And if it's marked really, usually within a fraction of a second of that is actually changed. So what you do is that you can say, so we are done with the running, right? This is ticking, tick, 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 tick. And every time it comes in, it will evaluate this expression to see if it's done. So the guard says self.timeleft.seconds is less than 1. So if it's less than 1 second left, let's say it's done. Or if self.participant answers exists, so this is not, let's read this first. It means, is there any of the answers that is still not answered? Then we're not done. So this says either we're out of time or everyone have answered. And if every participant has answered the question, let's fall through to scoring. And that will change the screen for the person running the game, and we will have a scoring. And then, now again, you have a trigger. That means that someone, usually the game host, will press play next. And play next will put the next question, and so on and so forth. And when you do play next, you can see what happens here. It will say, on entry into done on this question, you do quiz, go to the quiz and trigger the state machine. Because it's not up to this question to do. I don't want you to say, like, whoa, this guy is nuts. He said it was easy. Yeah. But the thing is that easy is also sometimes mean, yeah. But the thing is that easy is also sometimes meaning you can't do what you want. And but I'm saying with 100% certainty that although you might find this like, whoa, this isn't easy, it is way, way faster and less hard than doing the exact same thing without being able to talk about them this plainly and seeing it this clearly in front of you. If this were code, if you were to implement, you seem to have implemented, anyone who have tried to implement a state thing for a game, if you've ever tried that, you know, like a week goes in minutes. It's like everything is just painful. So I say to you, this is a very, very complicated application to build compared to if you just want to say, it's like, yeah, but you know, I just want to register some vehicles for a company and then I want to have a print button. Okay, then you don't need to do this. But I wanted to show you that this tool is not only for making the simple things you saw in the beginning, where I just added attributes and said make auto forms and I can edit data right away. It's not only for that, because this you can build really, really complicated things with. So I got this is on my machine right now, right? We're going to run it in the cloud in a few minutes. So you have this local host, the model, the view model. If you scan this with your phone, does that work? Is it too far away? Oops. It's hard. How far back can this be scanned? Anyone further back? Is it possible to scan or not? I mean, it won't go anywhere. I mean, your phone will be confused, that's all. I'm just wondering, before we get to the real quiz, does it actually work to scan? No? You know how this feature works, right? To scan a QR code. You're young people. No? Well, we'll make it bigger later. But you
It appears to work from here.
Okay. So, you should get this, right? So what it says here, it should says, go to the join quiz view. And this here is a GUID, globally unique identifier, completely impossible to guess. So this is a safe way to show this and no one else can guess this URL. So, what we have done for complicated data, as soon as your data is more than like a rectangular Excel sheet kind of thing, it kind of breaks down. You can do some more with it, but then it gets really complicated. So, where is the cloud? I sent it up to the cloud. Yeah, let's see. This is the cloud version. All right. So we don't want that in the middle of that. That was bad. So, and now again, you had a practice run on using your phones. You know how they work. You have to turn them on, and then you take up your camera, right? Try and scan this now, but be kind to my little server. It might break down. Kind to my little server. It might break down. I have it with 10 processor cores and 30 gigabytes of memory, but I have not tested this at all, right? So I might have made complete mistakes that is just bad. Oh, look at that. You're showing up. Nolan and Emmanuel Mbendi. Oh, Daza. Oh. Shane the man. Etupat. Olga. Sakya Peter. Subeku. Excuse my pronunciations. It's not easy. Still problems, or have everyone that wants to go there been able to? Did it work out for you? Did it work out finally? Yeah, sorry about the slowness. It's also, is it 1/4 of the planet away? It shouldn't matter really, but still. Code killer. Gloria, yeah. So have you all tried? I have to go over here, these guys. Huh? How? Really? Go closer. Doesn't work for you either? I don't know. Let's see. Not scanning? Will that make it easier? I mean, some have gotten the scan, but not the app. How are you doing over here? Anything working? Yes? Okay. Haven't been over here much. Hello, sir. Haven't visited you before. Sorry. Hello. Have you been able to scan it? Have you been able to register? Have you been able to register? Is it a problem? I don't know. I can't. It seems to work for quite many, but not all. Did it work for you? Yeah. Well, we're not Google. My server is slightly smaller than Google, even though I try to beef it. Has it worked for anyone here? Does it work for you? But so if you scanned it, what happened? Yes? Like this? You should be able to do like this, right? Let's see what happens. Yeah. Oh, you go back, I think, right? Oh, can you scan it again? Because you might, go in the menu and then I haven't removed this. This is like, a 1 hour app, right? You can't really, you have to polish it a bit. Is it working there? Too big now. Too big? Usually you can. Is that a QR scanning app? Oh, usually I just use the ordinary one in the camera. I have to try myself too. Maybe I can sign up. Let's try. Yeah. I just have a 5-year-old. I just had a 5-year-old phone and it kind of worked. I don't know. Let's see what we can do. But you should type your name at the top, right? So I'll write my name there. And then I think we have to go with it and see if it. But we have become a lot of people anyway. That's really fun. Hello. So, usually you just touch.
You put your name there?
The Google Lens, what's that? Making it too complicated. Just use the camera. Okay. Well, we will have some consolation prizes, I'm sure. I think we have to try with the people we've gotten, even though it's. This is your phone? Oh, it's not your phone. I thought because you said it worked, and then you came back and said it didn't work.
Lars, I think that's a good volume of people.
Yes. All right. So let's try and see if this works. So do you all see now waiting for the game to start? Yes. All right. This is super. I've never done this with this many people in one room at the same time. So now I will try to press play and we'll see what happens. So did you get that? Because that's one of our employees. So that's not going to happen.
Lydia automatically doesn't qualify.
Exactly. So can you handle? But do we have different sizes? Do we need to have them in different sizes? How do we get things out to people? Yeah. So I don't know how to do this really. Do you ignore Lydia now, right? The winners are Taza, Etopat, Subeko, Sakya. So how are they in this room? So what sizes do you want? So they are there now sorting shirts. Can you remember and not lie about that you were one of the winners? We have it in the database if we have to look it up. Can you take a picture here? Yes. And then they will sort this out. Okay. We're practicing on this. So you can see here at least now that the quiz state is active playing, but the question state is in active scoring. And yeah, I think we need to speed up the process, guys. Let's move to the next question. You need to scan the code again? Why? I don't think I can go back. I haven't implemented that step. So, let's see. Maybe we can get it up. Hold on. I can get that one up. So I think you still can possibly join with that QR code. Are we ready for the next one? Are you hurrying up over there? So, all right, let's try and play the next one while we're on a hopefully working system. Right? Okay, are you ready? Everyone? Ready? Then it will pick the winners from the winning. Yes. So I got the question here, why do my name get up there even though I gave the wrong answer? But that was all the ones. So now we have new ones. Is it the same ones? What? Yeah. Okay. So we'll just keep this playing, and we have a lot of T-shirts, and so we will throw them and see who gets in the end. But at least we have some new winners. I mean, this is a demonstration of software, right? Oh, you need. Yeah, we'll. Yeah, you have been very attentive. We'll handle that. Very attentive. We'll handle that. This is software demonstration. So, the code again, if I hope it's processed. Yes. The next time I do this, I'll include some kind of short URL, not just a QR code. All right. Are we ready for the next one? Yes, a moment. And Lydia, you were quick. That's typical you, right? Being quick. Yeah. But let's move on to the next. We have many shirts, so we'll give them all away. And yes. So no problem in the end, I think. Maybe we don't have for everyone, but most. I think it's super cool, at least, that what I've been clicking away on actually does something. So, all right, let's see when it times out soon. 49, 50, 51. Do we have the same? Yeah, I was thinking of adding, a filter so you couldn't win twice. But then it's like, no, it's too tough. So, SRG, Angel, Sumaya, Zozi, Big